Testing. Welcome to a Sims 4 Cosmetology School story. Episode 2, Still Setting Up. In other words, I started with a story idea, but, you got to make the characters, you got to build the buildings, you got to do all the things. So we're doing the things. Rather than me doing all that stuff without people watching, I like to do that stuff and share what I'm doing. So, here we are. Episode 2. Tonight will not be as long of an episode because I work earlier in the morning tomorrow. And I'm getting a later start today. So, I updated the thumbnail to include our two main characters. Charlie Camarillo, our main character. She's, I don't want to say she's poor, but, they're not exactly, rich. But they live in a rundown apartment building, somewhat rundown. I mean, it's not like slum type rundown. There's not an infestation of bugs or anything like that, but the building has not seen a fresh coat of paint in forever. And she just happens to live next door to the family that owns that building. They live in a similar building, only it's not an apartment building. Joanna Delaney here, her parents own at least her house and at least one rental property, if not more. Now, I wouldn't want to. I'm trying not to say that they're too rich, but they're not struggling by any means. Her parents can afford to send her to college if she wants to go to college. Or at least possibly they can. But anyway, these two live next door to each other. Their bedrooms face each other. When they're at school, they're enemies. High school. Story-wise, they're seniors. Even though I've got young adults, but they're still in high school. They haven't graduated yet. So let's do this. Before we get too far ahead, okay, so we've got Charlie Camarillo, we've got Robin Camarillo, her mother, she's a waitress. Her father, who we have not created yet, is possibly a truck driver. Because in about a week, or in a few days, American Truck Simulator has the Illinois DLC available. And depending on what's in it, I might play a little bit of that and have her father be a truck driver. That's a possibility. Or I could do other characters. But otherwise, there's no fathers right now. This here is Nadine Delaney, Joanna's mother. And we'll get back into that later when we do. I just want to check out. I haven't really been in the Sims in like 3 weeks, so let me see what's going on here. So apparently there's a hairstyle. $200 for $2 for a hairstyle. $4 for some clothing. A living room. Those are books. I think I've already looked at this. Maybe. Well, at least the books look like they're readable. Unless that's a different book she's reading. And maybe she pulled a book off of the library. Or maybe that's a stack of books that you can pull a book out of. Lipstick. What is this? Okay, makeup. That's okay. That's the other stuff. I have not bought anything from this marketplace yet. I just look through it. Maybe someday there'll be something in there. Maybe there won't. But so let's get into the game. So because this is a story that I'm doing, I don't know if anybody has seen my previous stories like World Without You, but because this is going to involve different scenes, setups, I might make a building for the Cosmetology School, and then, like, in the basement of that building, have rooms set up so that depending on what they're doing, I could just go down there and get, like, okay, give me the classroom that's set up for doing perms. Give me the classroom that's set up for them doing facials. You know, if I can make that happen. So at the moment, this is still separate from my beauty magazine story. Just a note here, they're all wearing their, like, outdoor clothes or whatever. I didn't give them these clothes. This is what they had. I only gave them a few outfits each just to get started. But let's look through the Simology really quick. I didn't do any of the likes or turn-offs or any of that when I was making them. But Charlie is shy, socially awkward. She's cringe. She's a quick learner from choosing a knowledge aspiration and good. Her mother is family-oriented, romantically reserved. I'm trying to remember if the father is. I might have done this before I decided the father could be a truck driver. I might, if it's possible, ever change that. But and she's also generous. She's a waitress, if I didn't mention that already. So I'm thinking about where her restaurant could be and what might be around it. Because there's some like scenes or something that I'm thinking of happening. Joanna is active. She plays sports. She's a cheerleader. Now, I was originally saying she does volleyball, but we can't really do volleyball in the game. Now, I don't have to act out everything, so she could still do volleyball, but we do have basketball equipment, so she might be a basketball player. I don't really want to do the soccer ball. But she's self-assured. She's got the practice makes perfect. And then we chose. I chose. Oh, down here. She wants to be an entrepreneur. A small business, though. Not, she's not trying to be rich. She just wants to have a small business. Nobody knows this about her. Okay, so she builds friendly relationships. Well, she's a popular girl. Her mother is materialistic, a perfectionist, and a snob who wants a successful lineage. Now, they're currently living here because I don't want them in my way while I'm building their house and have to keep mother loading and all that. But in yesterday's episode, I was experimenting a bit with trying to put two houses next to each other. I had like these two here. I was in some other neighborhoods. What I currently have settled on is this. And before I do anything, I want to lift this up and push it back some. Okay. So, what I basically did was, room by room, I cloned this house over here. Then I gave it a unmakeover by giving it the more faded siding, the sun-faded shutters, and then the interior, now I don't know if they're still called a duplex if the apartment's on the, if like you got a bottom floor apartment, and then a separate apartment on the top. I don't know if that's the same as a divided half and half this way. But in any case, the Camarillos live in this upstairs area. Somebody else lives downstairs that I haven't created. The Delaney's live over here. They might also own this building, because I was making other attempts also. They might own those two buildings. You know. But, the gist of the story... Charlie Camarillo is, and I hope it's not offending to anybody for me to say she's a tomboy, but at least if I say that word, you get the idea that she's not one to be wearing dresses all the time. She's not one to give a crap about her hair. She, you know. Maybe she plays with bugs. Maybe she goes and gets dirty. Maybe, you know, whatever it is, she just, you know, she doesn't seem to be into makeup and dresses and doing her hair. And she never really has been. Or maybe she has, but didn't know it. In the meantime, Joanna has this bedroom here. The windows face each other. What happens is, even though these two are possibly enemies, it's seen as that it seems they're enemies, but what it probably is as the popular one here, Joanna's friends pick on her, and then Joanna kind of joins in to not lose face. Maybe she doesn't really have anything against Charlie, but she's not able to tell her. Or something. Who knows? But I'm going to say it right here. These two are not going to have a romantic relationship. That's not what this is about. I have other characters in other games that do that. But these two are not going to do that. But something different happened, or will happen. As these two have grown up, or at least over the last few years, because I don't know exactly how long the Camarillos have lived in this apartment. But Charlie lays in this bed, and one night she looked this way. She just happened to be looking this way. And her mirror had the reflection of Joanna sitting here, doing her makeup, brushing her hair, something of that sort. And it's not anything sexual, it's not anything crush like. But Charlie is fascinated or admires or is curious about, you know, she feels that this is a talent that she wishes she had. You know, she's like, oh, I could never do that to my hair. I could never figure out my makeup. I could never, you know. So why does she do that? Maybe sometimes she does want to dress up, but she just never. Well, she doesn't have the money to go get a fancy dress, or no reason to get dolled up. Um, you know, maybe they don't go to, you know, like today's Mother's Day. Maybe they don't really get too dolled up to go out to eat or anything. You know, maybe they don't necessarily go to a church or anything. You know, nowhere to really dress for. Maybe she's got like one or two dresses, but they're not anything too fancy. Like maybe just a fancy brown dress, or you know, that like simple, plain and simple. No puffy sleeves. You know, sensible. I'm kind of quoting Anne of Green Gables here. You know, because Anne wanted a puff sleeve dress, and Marilla was like, no, you just need a plain, sensible dress for going to school. That's all. You know. So, thank you to anybody who is watching this episode at all, whether it's now or in the future. I also like to say thank you to everybody who stopped by for yesterday's episode. Daniel and Potato and Freebird and Serena. Um, and anybody who was watching that didn't join in the chat. You know, I believe I'm currently showing that video has 40 views, um, which is up from my more recent videos that were down in the single digits. So hopefully I can get this going enough to where some of that curiosity turns into viewership. You know, because you know, I want to make stuff that people like. I hope people are liking it. I mean, I hope you're enjoying. You know, whether you click a like button or not, that's up to you. I don't harp on that. I enjoy likes, but I'm not one that's gonna beg for them. So yeah, that's the story there. I haven't finished like building all the stuff, but my main thing yesterday was to get this going on. Maybe now that I have that, I'll bring them. They can come live here now. How much does this cost? 1,222. Oh, okay, that's probably from Royal Pack. Um, so I have a cosmetology textbook on the way. I'm not gonna get it for at least probably another, probably not at least another 5 days or so. But depending on when it's, let me check the tracking on that. See if it's actually shipped yet. Oh, that's right. I'm on the other computer. Okay, yeah, it hasn't been actually picked up by the postal service yet. Well, yeah, I ordered a textbook, and that'll be for when I'm doing classroom scenes. Um, so, Oh, that's right. They're over there. Um, she would turn the wrong way. That's okay. She could be doing that. She doesn't have to be seeing in a mirror. She could be looking this way too. Oh, wrong person. Yeah, we definitely gotta. Okay, now that we're not necessarily doing the in create a sim where they won't shut up. These houses are kind of growing on me. I think we can make do with these. I mean, I'm sure I'm gonna be faffing around with them and changing them around and stuff like that over time. But you know, um, where you go? Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. You don't have a counter. You don't have a counter. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. What are you gonna do? I don't know, but can we get like a little microwave cart? And then we can have a counter. No, why has it got to be a frickin' counter? I'm really tired of this crap. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be negative. I'm trying not to be that way, but... Getting a little tired of the same old all the time. Everything's always giving me problems. If anybody is watching, if that's like really loud or something, let me know. I mean, I know you can turn your own down, but it's like I don't want you to have to like turn down the noise and then you can't hear the voices or whatever it is, or if I'm too loud versus the game, or you're gonna have to tell me. I mean, I don't want to make people talk in the chat, but certain things will. No, if you see, that's the thing. If she calls the meal, everybody's coming. I have a feeling if I have them talk to each other at all, they're gonna get up, give each other a hug, and then sit back down.
Bon and Grabby? Oh, yes. Skiba, Vimpa, Vipsklebina. Oh. Aro. Oh, again. Oh. Oh. Hey. Oh. Oh, yes. Benor Sacrario. Voom. Ah, Fibna, Fina, Finzijongi. Ah, Wanu. Lamina Galpa Watini. Hey, Finn. Nulit. Dibble is Varspa. Shashay. Kinkuba Queba? Yibs. Ah, Yibs. Watanabe. Pipital Dimpish. Dwee. Farobi Physique. Fazoob. Himba Bleed? Huh? Oh, Panadiola. Torky. Shuksa Fazoo. Huh? Hulain Nagalna. Nebahana. Nubim Shorg. Bonin Gravi? Oh, yes. Garza. Fronga Gwis. Dens Doba. Tribna. Huh? Tunga Chusen. Vunga. Varanoi. Yib Queba. Parsacom. And Floy. Nurkska Shrarg. Iboauchinosa. Axawa. Skiba Glosh. Waboos. Oh, Ulak. Yemful Apolachaba. Ebony Flurba. Yanibi Yanka. Claudazoy. Chimere Jabin Slawfish. Flazzle Pelka. Jabin. Ah, Bayumi. Ah. Axawa. Skiba Glosh. Waboos. Watanabe. Pifital Dimpish. Lucinate Zarspa. Wixani. Friba. From. Almof. Spama. Flume. Apolachaba. Benor Sacrario. Floima Sharnu. Ah, yoyum. Wibisu. Bima Zashel, not Peru. Hifatow, Felinas. Fumu, Watso. Fish. Awavine. Floopy. Benarland Roy. Ablish. Runa. Goosh. Zarf Samzo. Quink. Abba. Claudazoy. Chibi. Chabina.
Okay, is it BB dots? Oh, just tossing cheats on.
Goribine un kim lamina? Quar? Bonengravi? Oh, yips! Oh. And Chiwi. Sue. Baima Zashel Maparu. Gaba Zorpulpa. Bruna Thori. Kisana Snaby. Ompafri Wabarani Bayumi. Tibu Anamop. Torki. Shuksa Fazoo. Huh? Hulain Nagalna. Nebahana. Nubim Shorg. Yanibi Yanka. Claudazoy. Purple. Untale Kanapa. Verpasa Esanoi. Tropha.
Okay. All right.
Awavine. Floopy. Fumu. Watso. Hitch. Vina Garza. Fwib. Ah. Brihe Gane Bane.
Really, Judith? Why can't I give her a tip?
Alright.
Move to move. Move to move.
Well, that's stupid. I wanna be able to like, give her a tip or something, unless that was already included. Well, I guess we're done here.
Oh. Little Bara, Axum.
Here, let's do this and get it over with.
You naughty! Rush you! Gotha! For Bay!
Sow!
Goopoo! A
Bow! Ay, yeah!
Ooh! Wabarani Zimze. Bayumi. Jospaxi. Sibawum. Pifatau Bifangi. Hey. Slapping on Lamina. Chilo Panive Baima. Lissarak and Fahab. Oh, Wavine.
Okay, they both took a bite at the same time. Let's see who finishes first.
Pinguna. Skooma. Oh, Pimpini.
Yeah, Nibs!
Mom's winning so far. Mom wins. Is Mom gonna clean that up? She's a snob. I guess Mama's cleaning dishes. Must have gave the nanny lady the day off or something. Well, we haven't. Oh.
Yabosa.
Charky Gelna. Gelbator. Jongi?
Zoob!
Ah. Viva Desu. Stebu Plebo. Candele. Lindsay Nurska. Wixinia. Zakuni Swarsva. Vinosa Batanabe. Zapula. Ooh, Miss Stevie Flena.
Oh, these must. Okay, that's just a public pathway. They're all. That's. Gonna have to get used to people walking by on the pathway. What are you doing? You gonna do something with that?
Vinosa Batanabe. Zapula.
Pluzopi.
Okay, so we got them. They're both situated. This family had a nice fruit salad. She made the meal, safely because I don't want no. I'm trying not to have anybody. This is not supposed to end in a fire. Okay, so let's not have that happen. So the more well-to-do family ordered takeout, probably because the that's probably what it is. They probably gave the housekeeping lady whatever the night off. Maybe it's Mother's Day. You know. I mean, because in the story we are getting close to graduation day, so we can just say that it's. I mean, it is spring. It could be May. Prom might not have happened yet. Yeah, you know what? I think I'm going to go with that. Prom has not happened yet. Now, given that I have young adults here and not teenagers, I'll have to fake the prom. Or pretend that they went, or, make something else. I could maybe have like a different kind of dance and just call it the prom. What kind of... Yeah, we could just, we could do that. We could set up a dance party type thing. Or create something. Could do, well, no, that's not necessary. Because it's not that kind, it's not a masquerade. Okay, today's Sunday. Oh, it was on lights. Okay. Okay. Where did I put it? Did I put it? Oh, where did I put it? I mean, I did make it in this series, didn't I? This is weird. Well, I don't remember putting it somewhere else. Man, where did I put it? I could have sworn that in this playthrough, for the prequel, I added the restaurant and bike shop. And that it's like, it sticks out like a sore thumb. Here it is. Here it is. Okay. This is a 3020? Okay. All right. Why the hell are you looking at the wall? Can we do a different picture? Maybe What the fuck? I'm sorry for swearing, but really? That's bull. So in other words, it's taking a picture from over here. No. Whatever, I need it. What the hell are we talking about? Is this because OneDrive is taking shit out of here? That must be what it is. I need to make sure my stuff is installed here. I think OneDrive is taking my stuff out of here. Because every time somebody I put something down, like houses and stuff, it's telling me that object is not in my game. I'm like, I have all the packs. That's disappointing. Okay, while we're doing this, I'm gonna go get my coffee warmed up. So I'll be right back. that's right. Today was a holiday. It's probably why people are busy. Okay, let's see if that helped. All right, I'll be right back while this is loading. If anybody's watching, let me get a pot of coffee started, so I don't have to make one early in the morning. Goshel. I'm not sure yet what I'm going to do with this Lady Bridgerton event thing. I don't know if I'll be doing that in this series or if I'll load up the Beauty Magazine one, or I don't know. You know, there's going to come a time when I'm possibly doing a little bit of this series and a little bit of Beauty Magazine at the same time, and maybe even other games in the same episode. I don't know. I don't want to abandon Beauty Magazine or any of those stories or games. You know, I'm not done with those. And I still want to somehow get back to World Without You and continue that. Even if I have to tell what the story is as I'm doing it. But I cannot let that go. I've got to finish something, you know. I still want to get back in and get the Darnell O'Connor situation straightened out, because he's supposed to be somebody important to the whole story. You know, it's the whole reason why I made him. I had a story I was going to do with him. And we haven't even started it yet. Alright, this time we're going to try... I want to see what it's like if I put it there. I don't get it. I have all the packs. I don't get it. Unless OneDrive has somehow taken the files out of the folder. I mean, what are you saying that I don't have installed? Dine Out? Okay, well, first of all, you're not showing the little gizmo for rent. Unless that's for a residential. But that thing where it's like, take away the lines. So, in this playthrough, I'm thinking about also trying to do a little bit of what I did in Sims 2. And maybe start it. I want to build things that don't already exist. It's like I don't have to build a police station, but we can't go to the police station. You know, I don't want to have to build a hospital, but we can't go to the hospital. I want to build like the post office because um, I want to build things that we should be able to go to. I mean, at least in The Sims 3, you had like a town area to go to. At least in the was it Sunset Valley or whatever one that was. You went to like the downtown area with the town square, with the park in the middle. I just Anyway, this is not going to be the bike shop this time though. If I'm doing this. If anybody missed the episode where I was making this for Before Beauty, the prequel story where Beatrice is 18 years old and just graduated high school, I based these two buildings on actual buildings in East Point, Michigan. At the time, it was known, when I was a kid, it was known as East Detroit, which is actually north of Detroit. Um, um, I don't know why I'm doing that. I can just click on this. Now, these don't actually, like, face each other, but it all started when I had this bicycle shop in mind, and I wanted to build something like this. Over here is not the restaurant. The restaurant is here. When I was a kid, this was called Kay's Kitchen. And then this church is here. And then over here is at the time it was called Semraw Nursery. Like garden plants and whatnot. And of course, Semraw Street. But yeah, this is what I was attempting to build. And we did a little playthrough in that where I came and tested it out, and we ordered meals and whatnot. It's not exactly the same, but we got like a curved front. I'm not able, you can't put the square thing attaching to this wall. It won't let you. But yeah. So what I'm thinking of doing is this can be the restaurant where Robin Camarillo works. And I'm thinking of this is not going to be a bicycle shop. I think we're going to, first of all, Oh, that's right. I had to add these just so that I could have it be functional because these chairs and tables didn't work. You have to use these big ones or it doesn't work. Now, as a kid, they did have like a corner booth like this and a corner booth like this type thing. Um, but anyway, like I said, we tested it out. In reality, it was like these booths here and then more doing this thing going here too. But I have to do this, otherwise the restaurant don't work. So if anybody's watching, and I'm not going to check to see if anybody is right now, but if anybody is watching and wants to put a guess in the chat, what do you think is going to be here? Interesting. Alright, and then we could possibly put another building here. Why can't we get... Give me a swatch. I mean, seriously. Really? Can't just give me a plain brick without the thing. Yeah, let's do that one. And then we're going to do that over here. Awesome. Okay, so we're going to travel up the road a bit here. Now, this poor thing is, I don't know if maybe she retired or whatever. I've never been in it, but I pass by it all, 5 days a week or more on my way to work back in the day. No, you're going too far. Yeah, you're too far. He's pretty sure I'm too far. Well, where are we? We're just north of 11 Mile. Okay. So this was a hair salon. It's the only one I can think of that had this view. Now, back in the day, as far back as I can go, it was yellow brick and a green awning out here. But yeah, I zoomed in. I'm like, okay, I can kind of see that, and depending on which one we're using. Oh wow, look, like old style vanity mirrors and some old chairs. Apparently, this was called Main Illusions. But I looked up the address. And well, anyway, I'm looking at it on my other computer. That's why. So let's. No, 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 no. Don't. Get back north of the freeway. And it just so happens that when I clicked on this, so yeah, I've never been in there. But now we're in there. Well, we were. Close this. Hell. You just will be an asshole, aren't you? Alright. Forget you. We'll look it up on a different site. Maybe somebody else has some pictures. Either that or we'll get in there real quick and open them images in another window. You know what? Bear with me, folks. like I said, bear with me. I mean, if anybody has any questions or anything, you can always ask me, but okay, what's the difference between that? Oh, okay, it's a little tilt. Alright. Okay, this was the back area. Yeah, that's looking back at the back. Good enough. Hey, Daniel. You have a great week too. Sorry I missed that. As usual, I'm stuck doing a project here. But, let's try... I'm going to do this on over here, though, because... Of course, back in that day, you know, that's the thing. Man, come on. Why can't you let me do more than one thing? Why you always do that to me? No, it has to have the address. Yeah, there was never other than Google. There's nothing. And that's like 8 years ago. Was those reviews? If that matters to anybody. Now, the door is kind of different on here than what we're currently doing. Of course, this street being on an angle, this is like looking through the door as you're driving by, whereas this is facing the other direction. At one time, that was called Record Time. It was a record store. And it was not their first location. They had like several different locations over the years, like small to bigger, to that one being the biggest. I mean, they had a lot of actual records you could go in there and get, not just CDs. And you know, it was a used record type place, but yeah. So is that what we're trying to build? Yeah, let's see what we have available. Oh, yeah, it would help if you did that. Okay, so 3 windows on that side and then the door. Yeah, see, it won't let me put it there, but I could put it there. So it has to either be like this or there, but not like that. I mean, I could do this and then remove this wall, maybe. I'll do that. It's one way to do it. That's if I'm insisting on doing it that way. I mean, I kind of like that aesthetic. Or whatever you want to call it. I really miss the Sims 2 awnings that would, you know, like they'd combine together. Just, I don't like the fact that they don't do that in this game. Because that was a whole vibe. I use those to make my baseball stadium. You know, I make like a whole canopy, like roof area over the seats using that. You know. Yeah. So what are we gonna do? Can we? No, we can't. Not like that, anyway. I guess I could do move objects on. Or put the roof thingy up here and put the thing on there, but I don't want it being that tall. Yeah, you have a good night too. Again, sorry, I'm on the other laptop. I'm looking at the image of this. It's the what I'm trying to build. So I apologize. I'm not. Okay, so that corner is rounded. It's just a small rounded corner. So let's try a very small rounded corner. That is the very small rounded corner. That's as small as you can get. Yeah, apparently. Killing my vibe. You're just totally killing my vibe. Why can't you cooperate with me? Is it so terrible to let me have just a little tiny curve? I guess so. They just don't seem to do rounded columns very much in here. At least I'm not seeing, like, this one might be, nope. Nope, nothing rounded. Oh, wow, look, yeah, I could use that, but that's not what I want anyway. I mean, I don't know why I'm doing this, because it's not going to be what I want anyway, but... Stop it. You don't want that. Well, let's just go ahead and do it then. Can we put... Well, what? Why isn't it? Can I get a small version of any of this? But no matter what, I can't get the rounded awning. Unless they have a thing like the counters had. But I'm not seeing it. It's, you know, it's bull. It makes me not want it like that. How about... No, because it doesn't do that. Stupid awnings. I mean, I could put move objects on and solve my problems, I guess. Alright. So, we'll try it. But do I want a different door? I want one that looks a little bit more. I want it to be like this, but with the thin bar, if we've got one. I want this, but one door. This? Yeah, exactly this. Alright, what colors we got for that? Stupid ones. I don't know if that'll work or not, but we're trying it. As far as the windows, get rid of these windows because that's too big. Okay, we didn't have awnings over here. Okay, can I connect that with some other? Well, first of all, where'd the other ones go? Okay, so they closed off that wall. Where'd that go? Okay. Yeah, that's a poopy doopy. Better. Why do I have to have move objects on for that to happen, though? That's too green. That's probably the one right there. Okay, that was not going in there. Yeah, if anything, that was a bathroom. So are you at least satisfied now? We're getting somewhere here, you know? Let's put it that way. And on the inside, it's white. Pretty much just... How many windows is it actually in front? Only three bigger ones. But the building is not as wide, or you know, your version is wider. That's why. But in order to make the thing, you'd probably have to have yours be bigger. We're not going to make it exactly the same. Well, not only that, but in order to have the awnings, we have to... Well, actually, okay, there's no way to do that. No. And we can't get the long one. Yeah, we can. That might have worked earlier. You're right, it might have. Why can't we get a darker steel door? You know, why do I have to settle for a lighter window? Well, look at that. It makes it nice and bright in there. What does it actually have? Well, it actually has blinds. Yeah, it does. Which makes sense since the morning sun would blind everybody in there. I speak from experience because I used to have to drive towards it to go up this road. It's one of the things that didn't bother me about going west to go to the salon I worked at. I drove west in the morning, and I still drive west in the morning, and the salon faced north. So we were not dealing with evening or morning sun blinding everybody inside. You ever going to open a business and you're going to be open in the morning or the evening? You know, early evening? Make sure you're facing north or south. if you want windows, because if you don't like the sun blinding people or having to have blinds or heavy tint or you know. No, I want it. We're just gonna not worry about the door so much. Okay, so this door is gonna open outwards, but alright, I need to test this before I go any further. Who's gonna test it? Penelope again. My sim is already there. Okay. Interesting. Alright. Nancy Landgrab's looking over the place. Enjoy. Door works. It opened inside instead of... No, no. I don't like that. Oh, hey, she's already here, so that's cool. Restaurants just hopping. Oh, look, Myra Fire's got a job. Who back there? Dominique Soto. Just don't be taking my Sims. Okay, Zoe Patel. I wish that looked better. Now the problem is that, well, no, when you're in the build mode, you can change the. Yeah. All right, so we have actual tiled floor, linoleum or vinyl tile. So it'd be fairly simple to measure everything out in here. If we use that kind of tile. It's not necessarily giving us that, though. It's giving us that small tile. I want big tile. I want like this kind of thing. So what you're saying is it's not really like this? No. Well, we almost had it. Yeah, it's kind of like this, though. That's really annoying. I mean, this is half as big as I need it to be. I think. Yeah, it needs to be the bigger style. But can I get that color? No. No, that's teal and white. You don't have teal and white. I mean, I suppose I could make teal and white, but that's so disappointing. How come he's not doing the cosmetology school stuff yet? Because we're setting up. We are setting up. It's a story. It's not a build project. We're not, everything is a build project, but it's not like, oh, watch me build a cosmetology school. That's not what this is. You'll watch me build a cosmetology school, but when it's time for it. I mean, I don't know if this person retired or died, but in any case, they don't have their salon anymore. COVID probably killed it, judging by, well, no, okay, 8 years ago was some of them reviews. So yeah, they probably did not make it through COVID. They were probably working in here alone. For starters. Put the bathroom. That looks like about 3 tiles by 2 or 3. It doesn't need a shower, so. Now, I can't see inside of the thing, but. Just a plain white door. I wish this game had drop ceilings where you could put in lights. You know? Or at the very least, like, just the like plastic cover that glows as if you had the fluorescent lights above it. Okay, so this here is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 wide. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, you're not that wide. Why can't the game be that wide, damn it? Why is it like that? How does that work in reality like that, you know? Here's what I'm talking about. Uh, See all these tiles? Now, I don't know if they're the same size, you know, like 2 by 2. I'm assuming it is the same size as one of these. Maybe not. Maybe it's more like this size. Maybe that's what we have to do. But let's count it out that way then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to the middle of the white one. 6. So that must be what it is then. So the tile in the salon is more equal to this. So instead of 3 wide, it's 2 wide. So we'll have to keep that in mind. So we'll just toss in some cabinets back here. Looks like they were using this as the break room. And then the shampoo area over here. And I'm assuming the bathroom is in there. This might have been laundry in here. That would be cool. Laundry and storage. And then maybe more storage behind this. This might be sliding glass. I see. That looks like handles on here. So those probably open like cabinets. Well, that comes in handy, being able to open one of these up like a full-length mirror for somebody to look at themselves. If I had to guess, I'd say, unless that's a mini fridge, but I'm assuming it's a dishwasher. But they probably got a fridge over in this corner. But actually, in one image, the exterior, there's actually a door here, because there's a lady cutting the lawn outside. So how many squares would you say that is? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 that way. So 6 of those squares is the same as 4. So we're going to put the door here. What kind of door? Just old looking metals. a metal screen door. And an old wooden type not quite like that. It's I wish I didn't have to click on these things to get more swatches and stuff, you know? To find, again, you know, we can't, we have no clue what we have without clicking on this stuff, and that's really annoying. There's so many things that I would like to use if I knew I had it. No, that's not really what it is. It's a door where the bottom part there, you see how the one thing goes on an angle. Well, it's actually an X pattern like that. But then on the window part, it's also got wood trim, or whatever you call it, making X's like a wine rack. But I doubt we have that. I mean, it's like this, but then there's an inner wood door. It's like this is combining the screen door with what the wood door would be. But we're gonna do, we're gonna put a wood door on. And then here, there's gonna be something, even if it's just going out this far. We don't know how many spaces this is. If we count sidewalk squares, we could figure it out a little bit. So that's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 to the door. Right? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 14 and a half to the back. Now those are probably the size of our tiles. We'll put it there for now, maybe. I want this to be the side street. So let me see, does okay, that side does not. Hey, how far back can we go with that? Does it? Okay, well, I don't know if anybody's watching or not, but pretty soon we're going to have to wrap this up because I do have to get to bed. But, anyway, let's, I said 14 and a half, correct? Yeah. We can count that by doing wall. So let's do walls. Because it's quicker to do a wall. Right? That's 10. That's 16. That's 14. So we're already longer than the actual place. So that's cool. So I just got to figure out let's get a toy car. I'm not sure if that's how big. Well, why don't you look at the actual street here? That's how big they got a side street. So, yeah, you pretty much, that's the street. Well, that's appropriate then. Um, oh, dummy. Damn it! Why? I just don't understand. I mean, why has it got to be like that? Why does it always have to do bullshit like that? Gotta ruin a good thing. All because the damn game can't just leave shit alone. That's simple enough. Simple enough to do. There's the street. Damn it! Why? Alright, well that works. No, it doesn't. You do have move objects on, don't you? Bullshit! I do whatever I want. Tell me I can't. Don't I have the one that looks more like a curb or something? Just to, you know. That's what we'll do. Alright. That's not proper. Alright. Alright, do I need to change those windows to be able to see through them? It doesn't really matter. We're just going to be pretending. That's right. Those did not have okay, you got move objects on, right? Yeah, I mean, you could I want something like that. What's this? No. No, but maybe there's a desk. Yeah, that looks cool. That looks... It's an option. There's also... No. This looks more like a modern salon. Maybe we'll use that for the school. Yeah, I think this is the ones that's gonna fit our theme. And then those are some very some nice old chairs. Speaking from somebody that I use an old chair. Not only did I use one, but I put one together by going and getting the top part with a bottom that didn't work, and then the next week going and getting a bottom part that worked with a top part that I didn't want to keep because it was all ugly. It looked like a gray chair that somebody had done a lot of cigarette smoking in or something. Let's put it this way. As I was cleaning out my salon to leave it, and then I had my my Kia Soul accident. When I went to clean out my Kia Soul, that the two pieces of chair I didn't want to keep were in the Kia Soul, and I put them in the dumpster at the junkyard where, you know, the impound yard or whatever that I went to go clean out my car at. That came in handy. You know, it's like, you know what? They got a nice empty dumpster. My chair's going in it. The chair I'm not gonna ever use. You know, you make the most of a bad situation. It's like, well, I'm never gonna use that car again, but I can get rid of that chair. What kind of mirrors do we have? Okay, I can only go up with the mirrors. That's really annoying. Okay, that's the same mirror but with stuff on it. That's a small mirror. And as usual, that's the same thing that the windows do. So what does the actual ones look like? Those. Kind of like those, but I can't enlarge those. Right? Yeah, that is what I was looking at, right? I kind of like doing that. Alright, well, we'll leave this on the wall in case I change my mind. Um, you know what? I kind of like that. I kind of like combining those like that. What happens if you combine the, Oh, that's a cool look. Okay, let's not forget that that's an option then. Okay, can we get one where the faucet's not that tall? Not really. But if we were doing a different salon, we could do something like that. This is a nice looking one to do that with. As it is, this is going to go in the back room. Well, back here, anyway. How many stations is there? Are there? I'm guessing she used to have more stations and added a bunch of mirrors. Or took some stations away or something. Or instead of the like right now, it looks like we're using a double cabinet desk. It's probably you get this cabinet and that counter, cabinet counter per station. But in any case, I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stations. Yeah, we don't have that kind of room. Well, and you're gonna use desks then, uh, other kind of desks. Yeah, because that's more fitting. More accurate to what we're doing. I mean, that's probably perfect, but it's not gonna work. I mean, look at that. That is probably perfect. Well, what about this one? Not so much. All right. Now keep in mind, you're trying to make this look like a real thing, but you might not be able to do it that way. Would it not be said that or however I meant to say that, but I'm willing to go pretty far for what I want here. Am I counting that correctly? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. However, no, there is no however. The problem is, I mean, this has to be right here by the door. This is probably a filing cabinet, and then there's a desk. So something kind of like this. Um, kind of like that. Yeah, yeah, but then there's a filing cabinet. I mean, the other option would be to put a wall here, a half wall. But we'll worry about that later. But, got a phone? I'll point my book. That might be a little bit much, but whatever. Now, this is obviously not big enough to go all the way back here like this, because this area here I mean, we need room for that. And that on its own is that's 6 spaces, so that's 4 spaces wide. So that area, like this wide with all the mirrored cabinets, would be here. So the stations would have to fit into here. So these stations are kind of overlapping a bit. But when you look at that, there's like plenty of room. I mean, this building is like really big. Now, if I had to this has got to only be like 2 spaces wide total. But that's what we've got. I mean, this in here probably stops before it gets to this window. Let's put some evidence together if we can. I don't see that window in here. Somehow these gotta like do this. I mean, even doing that, that's still too many. Um, I mean, this is great, but I can't lower the mirror. What happens if you do this? It does this weird thing. Yeah, we can't shrink the mirror. There's no way to get the mirrors in. So we're just gonna not have six stations. Yeah. So I mean, it's either that or we skip doing the other thing, but yeah. I mean, I'm not concerned with these over here anyway. What kind of chairs we got? Real quick, because I gotta get going. That's a shame. I thought we had one. We got this. You're right, we do. That's very close. I mean, so is this one, by all accounts. We could use this one for other salons. I mean, any of these ones with this kind of base are they look like salon chairs with the low enough back. I mean, that's a salon chair. That would be a more modern one. I wouldn't want to sit in it forever, but oh, hey. These are cool. Well, it's basically the same as those, but with a different base. I kind of like the idea of using these. Well, let's leave those there for now. We can decide later. I mean, the actual salon would be more like these, probably. Well, it's a combo of the two, but anyway, I think we're making good progress on that. I'm surprised we had more stuff than we did. Is this important to the story? You damn right it is. Why the hell is somebody going to go to cosmetology school if there's no salons involved? I'm probably going to replace all these houses and this be like a shopping center or a street with businesses. Heck, this is a big lot. We could even do some. I'm thinking of maybe putting an actual shopping center over here, like an L-shaped or a U-shaped, something over here. You know, I don't think the school is going to go there, but we don't know yet. I don't know. So anyway, we're going to save. And we'll save as, so we don't do anything to this. Because this is what I do. I save and then start the next episode save. So that I keep a good copy before that, in case any, especially, you know, with them wanting to do the updates and all that. And now, because I work 8:30 to 4:30, as long as I'm not tired, I can get on here a little earlier tomorrow. And then Tuesday I don't start until 11. So I can go a little later tonight as long as I'm awake. So, anyway, let's do that. Let's get this episode ended. Now, I don't know how many people, you know, as far as I know, Daniel was the only one watching, but if anybody else was watching, I appreciate it. Um, It's an email from the state. Cosmetology license renewal reminder. My license will expire on August 9th with a grace period of till October 12th. But if I do not renew my license by October 12th, then they charge me $20 per license that I have. So So, yeah. Anyway, we're going to mark that as unread. And star that. And I will take care of that on my own time. And the thing with that is when you renew it, it's good for 2 or 3 years. So, yeah. As long as I keep giving them money every two or 3 years, I have a license. Michigan, unless something changes, Michigan doesn't have any continuing education requirements. Other states do. So anyway, thank you to Daniel for dropping by, and thank you to anybody who watches this, whether you watched some of it already or you drop in the future. I hope everybody has a good night and a good day, and hope to see you in the next one that you are able to make it to. Until then, bye-bye for now.